This year is Ben Williamson from Flintstone, Maryland. He's assistant teaching professor and livestock judge there. He coaches the team at Penn State. He lives in, like I said, Flintstone with his wife and family. And he manages a cow-calf operation. And he's venturing into the local produce market there. So we're glad to have him here. Give him a round of applause. With that being said, we'll go ahead and start the first class.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's certainly a pleasure to be here and start evaluating the lambs. And as we start into this Class 1, obviously we've got some more modest maturity patterns. We're trying to find this balance of look and kind and muscle and composition. I think the one that starts kind of hits me the hardest in that particular regard. That is a group back, big edge sheep that's enormous in terms of its upper hip and pin and lower leg shape. You get it from the side, it still fits proportionally. I think there's some other options specifically right behind. It's probably neater in terms of how it ties the base of its chest and top side of its shoulder, but that one set in motion still square and true. They don't have to be great. They've got to be good everywhere else before we start making that nitpick mark, but that's a nice sheep. From a profile and how you got this one stuck, this is the one I prefer. That one sits more perpendicular into the backside of its shoulder, neater in terms of how its base of its chest lays into its forerib. You get on a 3/4 view on that lamb, that one's actually probably just as good, if not better, in terms of being flatter shoulder, and rounder and smoother how it transitions a rib. Still comes back in a really neat hind leg. The problem is that sheep isn't near as woofy. It's not as little round and dehydrated out of the edge of its loin and washed out. I want to get that one full and spread and deeper in terms of its edge. If you do that, you run away with this class. Unfortunately, you're kind of on the edge of being correct. This one coming into the next spot is in one of the next specs in terms of just balance. I think is the better word for that one fits. It doesn't fit in as neat as exotic. That's a thicker neck when it ties a little lower. It's good in terms of its angles. It spreads right, but that one's plainer edge, softer hided. That's why it stands third. The problem sheep is your blue sheep, man. That dude is stout. It kind of matches our class winner in terms of just here resemblance of muscle and shape coming down the top side of his shoulder. Problem is that one's plenty moderate and almost gets a little too jammed up, low-fronted everywhere. Because of that, maybe it fits okay and it's functional in terms of a skeleton, but man, it doesn't sit there and prance like an athlete. We're going to talk about 5, maybe 6 deep in these classes just because of there's a lot here. I think this one kind of sets and maybe resembles our Class 2, just her second in class in terms of silhouette and profile. I love the fact that you've got that one actually sheared really nice. Problem is he's coarser shouldered. He's not near as bold in terms of his rib shape, and even though he squares behind, he needs to stouten up and just add layer dimension. And then we got a more modest one that's just a little soft-hided and plain edge. Give him a big hand as we send him back out of the barn, and we'll look at Class 2.
How many?
Schooler, let's get growing. Your partner for grain and feed, merchandising, marketing, storage, and logistics.
Rudd Funeral Home is there to serve your family in your time of need.
Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free.
a really nice top 5, and I'm not going to say that I wouldn't want this one just a little more upstanding extended, but this is the most complete sheep in this particular drive. That's a really square, bold-chested, round-ribbed one that is the most progressive and spread down its back. That one still moves with some athleticism. Now, with that said, she's a little more protruding in terms of her shoulder. Yep, could we change the shape? Yep, there's some cosmetic pieces. My big thing, and this is a hard one to read in this particular category because it's a modest one, how does its spine actually act? Is it just being a pain to show, or does it want to roll just a little bit? And that's the question that's going to be interesting as time comes on and I continue to evaluate this. But I think that's a really complete one that's good line, stout featured, round rib, nice sheep to begin. The one that comes in second is kind of a standalone on what we talked about before. This one's a more extended sheep, more upstanding in terms of its chest. That one's actually really good when you get on top of it in terms of general spread. I don't think that's actually as hydrated and good edges sheep as the one on either side, to be quite honest with you. That one doesn't sit as neat and cosmetically into its chest, but its underlying progression is right. Its general build's good. It gets big in terms of its upper hip and stays square from behind. The most interesting one in terms of pluses and minuses is probably the blue sheep that stands third. This is probably the one I like the most compositionally. That's a hard-touch sheep that's actually round in its ribs, been managed very, very well in that regard, and it's good compositionally and tight-heighted. As you get back off of it, it actually has more natural roundness of rib and muscularity than maybe you anticipate when you get on top of it, and I like those things, and set in motion is nice. You get it from the side, that one doesn't progress in terms of its lines as nice. It's a little deeper in terms of its blade. Its underlying progression isn't quite as nice and doesn't have as much shape and dimension there just at the seat of its pants. Unfortunately, that typically goes with a blue sheep trend. But either way, that's a really, really nice sheep that's very well put together. From the side, I actually like this one in terms of its flank line and rear leg quite a bit. Problem is, relative to the top 3, that's a soft handling, plain touch sheep that doesn't have near as much turn and just gets plain right behind his shoulder and just kind of maintains with. Very good balanced sheep, just got out-horsed by some that have more terminal merit. Give him a big hand as we retire him back to the barn.
Rock and Roll Construction Products, providing U-Cart concrete and landscaping products. For a genuinely warm welcome with small town friendly service, stop by the grill. They have slowly smoked ribs, wings, and briskets, along with homemade appetizers, unique sandwiches, pizzas, and burgers. The grill is a perfect location for family get-togethers or business lunches. They can even cater. For added fun, call the Bear River Bowling Center and reserve a lane. No matter what you like, the grill has something for everyone. Tanglewood Studios has something for everyone, whether it's dance, cheer, color guard, or gymnastics. There's even recreational all-boys gymnastics along with Mamma Me classes. Family rates are available, so come join the fun.
I think we've kind of changed gears in the current kind of sheep that won this class, and I'm fine with that. I think that's the best and most complete one out here. The thing is when you start setting this one up, that one's more elevated in its chest. That one's got an athletic rear leg. That one's actually hard touched and tight-heighted with a round rib. But the thing is what I get right on top of it, this is the one that probably expresses as much shape right behind its shoulder and continues to spread big into its pin. That one wraps deep into its dock. Two things I'd really like to just modify in that one. I'd like that one to be fresher edge. That one's getting a little dehydrated how it fits. And as much as I like the elevation, I want to set that one's shoulder and neck back attachment back into him just a little bit different and make him more elevated and natural in how he comes in perpendicular. With that said, I still think that's a really naturally good sheep. With that said, on the outside, this is probably the one that probably mirrors some of what's happened previously as we get in these lighter weights. That one's better in terms of how he collects his top line. Now, I wouldn't say it's a neat-shouldered one, but that one's neater in terms of how everything attachments with a square chest. That one's ultra-level in terms of its hip and better than your class winner in that regard. That one's still got muscle, but you get right on top of it. That one's not as progressive and shapely in terms of its edge, not as tight in terms of its height, not as extended and youthful in terms of its look. That's why it stands second, but that's a nice pair. Young man sheep standing in the 3 spot is actually probably the one that's the longest in terms of his body and hind saddle, still has muscle, just gets a little deeper chested, not quite as round in terms of its natural width and build. And then this is a sheep that I kind of got lost in terms of just kind of nitpicking blue sheep and labeling them. I admit this. From the rear view, this one's probably as exotic in terms of its shape and upper pin shape as any sheep in here. It's got a huge wrap. From the side, that one's not good enough in terms of elevation, roundness of rib, and just how it generally works out of its rear leg. It gets kind of round and steep. I want to go ahead and make that one more clean, but that one's got a huge twist, and I like that quite a bit. Young lady sheep rounds into the 5 spot. This one's got a really nice, collective, balanced look. It's expressive. That one's too dehydrated, not as opened up, not as wrapped in terms of his lower third, but that's still a nice sheep that's very useful in its kind. Give him a hand as we send him back to the barn. We'll see a couple back in a moment.
Lincoln Financial specializes in estate, investment, and retirement planning, as well as business benefits. At Lincoln, they are totally impartial, comb through different options to create financial products that a person needs. Lincoln Financial, big city service, small town care.
Whether you are buying or selling, you need to know you have someone in your corner who can help you get through that process. The realtors at Coldwell Banker are there to help you get into your home, whether it's a starter or your forever. Let Trudy Hatch and Shannon Johnson help you get into the home of your dreams. They're your local experts for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call today.
Rigby Chiropractic, promoting health and wellness locally with a personal touch.
We got a stouty to start, and then there's no denying as soon as this one came in the gate, that's a huge arm, square-chested, round-ribbed one, and honestly, that's the best one we've seen to this point today in terms of how he fits right at the backside of his shoulder. That dude's touch, turn, hydration, shape, it's just extremely dense. And when he goes with some collective view. I actually prefer the second one behind it in terms of skeleton and flexibility. From an athletic standpoint, I think that one's angles fits together. And young lady, you're doing a great job getting that one stuck. I think there's pieces, and I actually don't think. I know there's pieces as we worked out at least into the top 6. It's probably a little more radical in spots. There's some that's bigger twisted and stifled. There's some that might be just a little more aggressive in terms of how they shape up high. But the thing is, that's the one that's complete and balanced in how that one fits. The angles fit together. The balance fits together. That one still spreads. This one's better in terms of being neater in how its shoulder attaches and the shape to its chest, but still transitioning smooth around to its rib. Its completeness will beat a lot of them in the day if all the pieces come together. That's why if you have just a little more wolf, we have a conversation. You just got hit by a Mack truck in front of you, and that's just the way it fell today. This one's got pieces that are actually more interesting in terms of the shape to its twist. That one ends up being a little bit bigger in terms of the backside of its shoulder and more crisp in terms of its edge and spots, specifically in its rack. The problem is this one doesn't fit together right. Honestly, of my top 4, this one might be the most piecey in terms of being short and round out of its hip, working its top. The problem is that one's just got too much width and power and still functional in terms of its build to have a conversation from the sheep in 4. That one's better in terms of being more elevated out of its front end. That one's more collected down its top line. The long dock cue is round at its rib. When I get right on top of them, the question is there enough quality to say there isn't enough power and be able to make that call? You make yours on the outside. I love them better built. I think that's just fundamental livestock that draws me to that sheep. I just don't know if there's enough shape in a terminal thing to say that one's bad enough to make a switch into 3. This one just gets a little plain. That's the longest hind saddle. That's the best rear leg sheep of my top 3, from 3 to 5 by some margin. And I like that one in regards to still setting with some elevation up high. That one fits really nice from the side. Unfortunately, when you get into a 3/4 view and right from behind, that one's the plainest in terms of density and shape. I just want to go ahead and open that one up. 2 really good built ewe lambs that could make a call. You could slide that one to 5 if you want. I'm just trying to keep some terminal emphasis. I'm going to talk something on the 6th one because there is an exotic piece in this sheep when I walk right in behind this one and look at the shape to that one's stifle and upper hip. That's an exotic piece in that one that's still level now, his top line, and it's got a good turn and expression coming down his back. The problem is I keep getting him from the side. That one's too dry in his underlie and dry in his body. I want to bulk that one open and open him up in terms of some production value. But the piece is radically cool. Give him a hand as we send him back to the barn.
There's a lot to know when it comes to buying insurance. That's why it's important to have an independent agent looking out for you and your family. Whatever you're looking to protect, Advanced Insurance Services can help. Let Sherry Pally help make sure you have the right coverage and are getting all the discounts you deserve. She can shop several carriers to find the company that is right for you. Call for a free insurance review today. Roach Ranches supports the people that support them and the fantastic youth of the Valley. Thank you for over 60 years in business, quality seed stocking, gravel, and hunting.
In this particular lineup, there's some very nice sheep, but I don't think there's one that just overwhelms and dominates, and there's some conversation back and forth. I use this one because we talk about this complete balanced one. This is the one that fits that regard. This one's got a good upstanding look, really nice build. When you get right on top of them, that's a really good edged, fresh hided, hard touch sheep that's still good in terms of how it transitions. Are there other sheep that we've seen in this class and other classes to this point that are wider constructed and bolder rib? Absolutely. I think that's 100% accurate. But when you've got one that's made like that, still so compositionally good, still has good turn, good touch, that fits, that's the place that we need to begin. And quality comes in different packages. That one's quality. Now, if you sit back and look and say, man, I just want to go ahead and muscle these things out and find the biggest hip, biggest backed one, that's 2. He is enormously big out of his backside of his shoulder with a rounder rib cage, and he is way bigger hipped. Probably the biggest hip other than anything in here. The problem is I don't think he balances to the same regard. He gets a little thicker out of his neck, more protruding in his shoulder and deeper chested. He's not out of bounds. I want to strap him up in his pasterns. If he comes in with a silhouette that's just a little bigger in terms of his stature and balance, he probably wins this. But he's starting to get just a little mature and big out of his shoulder. That's why he stands second. Young lady, this one hit me pretty hard when he came in the ring. It gives me a good look. It balances the proportions. The problem is the longer it goes, it just becomes a little low-fronted, around, and plain in terms of its shape. That's a sheep that's got a little bit more height in it. It needs wolfed up a little bit more and a little more extended of standing to make a play. But that's the balanced one that sits in the 3 spot. Next 2 end up being just a little stouter. This one probably matches our second M class in terms of being rounder caged and one that's certainly got some expression up high. This one's too steep and out of both ends, got too much set to its hock, wants to protrude out of its chest, so work its spine. Sheep standing 5, upstanding, thick-necked one that's square in terms of its general build. Problem is it doesn't edge up the same degree when you start coming down its top and its upper hip. Gets a little plain in its general look, but I think that's a very useful, productive sheep nonetheless. Give them a big hand as they head back into the barn.
Amy Rupp with England Volkers grew up in Cache Valley, now lives in Box Elder County and can't imagine calling anywhere else home. The people, places, and gorgeous open landscapes serve as her constant inspiration. Amy serves Box Elder and Cache County in residential sales with knowledge and expertise in large acreage and ranch listings. If experience is what you're looking for, look no further than Amy Rupp. Amy is a proud supporter of the Box Elder County Livestock Auction.
R&B Livestock Solutions has you covered for custom fencing, grazing, and livestock transportation. Give Rhett Munns a call today.
Kent's is your one-stop shop for fresh produce, bakery items, deli, and meat. Stop by today for fast, friendly service.
Rudd Funeral Home is a locally owned family-operated business. Joe Rudd and his family, as well as their devoted staff, are committed to providing you with the best service possible during a difficult time. Their beautiful facilities have all the necessary amenities. A large viewing room can also double as a smaller, more intimate funeral chapel. The chapel is even equipped with streaming capabilities to make sure family and friends are connected no matter how far they may be. Rudd Funeral Home is there to help you in your time of need.
need the division winners, the lightweight division winners to be here lined up.
Okay, we now need the lightweight division winners over here in the barn lined up. So please bring in your lightweight division winners so that we can get you lined up. Thank you.
We can read them all off, who they should be. I didn't mark if he took 2 or 3.
He only took 3 from yeah, there's only one class I think you put 3 in, right? That was where that one that you really, really liked.
He brought him back.
He said have him on standby.
Comes back this class, it is.
Once again, we need the Division I winners back lined up with their lambs. We need Paisley Blackner, Ellery Woodruff, Corey Garn, Chase Talbot, Taggart Steed, Macy Woodruff, Paisley Hess, Emma Madsen, Janie White, Brinley Vabel, and Canyon Bocut.
I think the lamb that wins kind of does so pretty handily, and I'm not going to say there aren't some neater chested ones out there, but that one is so round ribbed, so dense, so stout, and still goes with an athletic look and still props up okay from the side. That one's enormous coming down the backside of his shoulder with a really good hydration and touch and turn. Really nice job. I think we got three different things going on in this particular setup. I think the lamb that comes next, that's more roughed out sheared, is one that probably fits together the best. Now he's a little deep chested, probably gets a little wide when he comes at you, but his line, his silhouette, his body shape, how he stays true to his edge, fits together more in terms of a meat animal shape to me. Does he get a little generic out of his rear leg? Yep. Do I want more shape at the seat of his pants? Absolutely. But he's wider constructed, he's bigger armed, he's bigger back, and he sits with some more extension. The one I like from the side, young lady, you do a really good job getting that one presented. I love that one's hide. You've done an awesome job getting his skin right and getting it put together. I think this one's got expression. The problem is, even in this lineup, I think this is probably of the top five the narrowest constructed one. That one just needs more turn, more shape. Even if you watch that one spread, it spreads, but it doesn't just get full and dimensional here. I need to open that one up and add a lot of just power and dimension. With that said, that's still a quality one that you've presented extremely well. Sheep that stands fifth is bigger backed, is bigger in terms of its upper hip and loin edge. You get off the side, that one's deep in terms of its chest, gets just a little wide and doesn't connect as well around her out of its hip. We need to make that one assemble nice, a little nicer. And then we get into the 5 spot, one that just kind of fits together okay. He's got some spread, she's got some turn, but she just gets a little more plain in terms of her generic look. We want to open that one up and give it just a little more exotic pieces. Give him a big hand as they said back into the barn.
Schaefer Farms. We grow family, friends, and high-quality crops. Swing by the fielding location and pick up some delicious homegrown food today. Miller Medical is ready to care for clients with full services for family medical. They also offer beauty and spa health treatments with hot stone and IV vitamin therapies, as well as Botox. Let Miller Medical take care of all your healthcare needs.
Rupp Trucking and Excavating is a family-owned and operated construction business specializing in site prep and site utilities. Brothers Blaine and Brent Rupp have spent the last 45 years priding themselves on a project well done. What began small has turned into a company of over 70 employees performing contracts up to $20 million and includes work such as demolition, sewer and water installation, earthwork, septic systems, and waste containers. Rupp's operates several gravel pits and offers both delivery and pickup. Contact Rupp's for your construction needs.
We wanted to give a special thank you to Gary and Sandy Burton. They are our Division I champion buckle sponsors. We also wanted to give a special thank you to Lish Lambs, Brian and Ed Lish. They are Division I reserve champion buckle sponsors. We really appreciate all they've done for us and what they provided for our show. We'd like to have Class 7 for the Lamb Show. Please start lining up. Class 7, please start lining up and get ready.
Well, as we come to the conclusion of Division One, I guess I'd be remiss to say two things in regards to reflection of how this division's come together. As you sit there and I was telling my ring help over here that you sit there and you watch those sheep, and especially as they relax heading back to the barn, you get different views, and you sit there and make a lot of calls in the middle. Could have gone that way, could have not. It's all really subjective, and you can make lines. As we come back and we evaluate what's here, I'm very happy with the sheep that are here because these are the ones that are supposed to out of each class. And each class offered different sorts that we had to go through. As we start talking about Division One, that one's stout. I mean, we talked about that one being groove backed and big topped and has a tremendous hip in it. We bring it back. There's some things that we got critical on at the moment too. That one still paddles and gets a little tight off either end. We want to elevate it in terms of its chest. Out of class 2, that sheep we talked about being very balanced and proportional. Still a little bit modest, and that's good, bad, or indifferent, I don't know. You set that one in motion, that one still keeps its neck attachment the way it's supposed to. That one's round rib, big pin. Not the longest hip, but everything fits with an athletic. When you set them in motion, that one's probably one of the better ones in staying true and square of this top 5 lineup out of our class winners, and I like that a great deal. The different sheep is going to be in class 3 and class 5. These are a little more exotic in terms of their look. That one's just a shot deeper in terms of its chest. I still think that's the high quality sheep that balances big pin in that particular lineup. It's round, too dehydrated in terms of its edge. We want to just go ahead and tie that one together a little neater in terms of how it comes together as front end with maybe a longer hip. The sheep that comes out of class 4, honestly propped up, this one probably hits me the hardest in regards to the way the shoulder and chest is supposed to lay in with still a spread and truly square from behind. You set that one in motion, maybe that one doesn't maintain as levelness as pin as some others. I maybe not quite as square and wide, but that one's, should say wide, but that one still maintains squareness and is good in terms of how athletic with her leg. That sheep puts together a really good look that resembles all kind of aspects. Really exotic, hard touch sheep that we talked about in the next spot. Doesn't attach as neat, not as wolfy as some other options. Then the sheep out of our last division, we said that one was a Mack truck, and it still is. That one's grouped back, big top, gets a little more prominent in terms of the point of shoulder, maybe not quite as extended. With that in mind, I think there's one that pretty well wins this. That's going to be your class 4. Congratulations, your Division 1 champion. The sheep behind it, I think, is nice, maybe just not quite as balanced and opened up. That one probably mirrors some other things that we had in choices in terms of just being good look, good touch, but needs to be more wolfy. Second high quality sheep, class 2.
Central Milling Company is a proud supporter of the Box Elder County Fair. Select the best products for your family by using Central Milling Company. Tree Mountain City, creating a safe and welcoming community where neighbors feel connected to each other and enjoy life.
Representing the finest properties in the area. You're thinking of Farmhouse Realty. From farms and ranches to first homes to second homes and everything in between. My mission is helping you pursue a new home or a new property. As a local farmer myself, I'm no stranger to tightening up my bootstraps, dirtying my hands, and getting down to work for my clients. Exceeding your expectations isn't the exception, it's our standard. From first homes to farms and every acre in between, let Farmhouse Realty Group get to work for you.
If you are in need of financial assistance, call Dusty Roach at Lincoln Financial. He and his friendly staff have the expertise you'll need.
Whether you are purchasing a car, buying a home, managing an investment property, starting a small business, or leaving behind a legacy, American Family Insurance will help you protect your dream. Bear River Live is proud to bring you another production, Talk of the Town. These weekly episodes will bring local stories to life and keep you informed on what is happening in the community, as well as business spotlights and expert tips.
Schooler, let's get growing. Your partner for grain and feed, merchandising, marketing, storage, and logistics.
Really nice lamb to start that's just really good in terms of being balanced. That one's a crisp edge, big backed one that's round in terms of its body shape. How the one's underline sits in some symmetry and some parallel from top to bottom. That's a square chested one that just kind of balances with a lot of power and dimension. Nice sheep to start. As we get into the next couple, this one actually has struck me really kind of interesting when he walks in, because that one reaches and drives behind its rear leg a great deal. That one reads with a round body shape with an expressive look. The problem is it also comes at a detriment. That one's got too much set to its hock because of that rounds its hock. Doesn't set up as nice and neat as the chest, maybe versus the one on either side of them. And when you get on top of them, I think this one's good and fresh in terms of its finish. That one's good in terms of back shape. Honestly, I'd like that one to just be shot more opened up. I want to yank on its pins about 2 inches, and then that turns into a different creature. But that's a nice sheep that I'm being critical on, of a really good one to get beat by. The one that comes in third is, like I said before, actually might be just a little more upstanding in terms of the base of its chest. That one's probably just a little trimmer and fresher in terms of the body wall assessment. When you get on top of that one, that one doesn't read as big in terms of the expression coming right behind its shoulder. That one's got more shot to the base of its twist in the second place, but it's a rounder one that's just a little plainer. That's when it stands third. Sheep that comes into the fourth spot is one that I like in terms of just having some power and balance. That's a frailer featured one that isn't up on his pasterns, not as extended and exotic off either end, but it's compositionally correct with body shape and productive. And then the one that stands five, we kind of made some flips. This is a fresher one that's more honest in terms of its body shape, honest in terms of its pin width and hock. We just need to make that one have more turn and shape coming down specifically over the edge of its loin. Give them a big hand as they go back out to the barn.
Rudd Funeral Home is there to serve your family in your time of need.
Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free.
Rock and Roll Construction Products, providing U-Cart concrete and landscaping products.
We just wanted to congratulate our Class 7 winners, to Briley Fossen and Molly White. Coming into the ring now, Class 8.
Another lamb that just kind of pulls all the pieces together in a really nice way. Round rib, neat shouldered. That one's got an athletic real leg that's really kind of good. There's other ones that are more exotic in pieces, but that one just really complete quality sheep that's well presented. Nice job. Sheep that stands second is probably actually just a shot more expressive, coming right out of its rack. That one's got a big pin in it, and I like in that regard. That's a very productive sheep. As you step back off of him, though, that one gets a little more prominent and thick in terms of the shape of his neck, down into his chest. That one isn't as true and square in terms of his hock, maybe just a little softer in terms of his pastern. I want to make this clear in terms of feature. I don't know if there's a whole lot of difference once you get out into the fuzz. I think both of them are really stout-footed, big-jawed. That one just doesn't sit quite as nice in terms of silhouette and presentation. Doesn't spread and expand as nicely when you get right on top of him through his loin and hip. This one actually probably does a little better job in that particular category when you step right in behind him. That one's expressive. That one's good hydration. That one's got a huge expressive twist and hind leg in him. I like him from this view better than the one in front of him. Problem is I get back off of him, doesn't have the same stretch and extension. He goes up and his underline gets more prominent and deep into his chest. You do a great job sticking that one and trying to keep his shoulder right, and I think you do a good job with that. He just isn't as opened up collectively and his general burliness from end to end, but that's a really good job. You can make a flip on the outside. That's how I like him. The conversation when you start talking about this third one is this, or fourth one, he hit me really hard when he comes in that this is a quality sheep. He's really nice made. He's really good skeleton. Honestly, in terms of silhouette, I probably like him second best in class. Problem is he forgot to bring all the punch and power with him. He's not as full and hydrated. He's not necessarily as opened up in terms of his pin. He's not as deep over his edge. He looks like he just needed a little more time to mature to fit him there, but that's a really high quality one that didn't get there in terms of terminal emphasis, but that's a good one nonetheless. Sheep comes in next, actually probably better than the one in front of him in regards to just being a little more hydrated, full in terms of the edge of his loin, and better in terms of its general finish. That sheep is just the narrowest constructed plainest of the top 5, but that's a really quality one that's functional and built and still has balance from the side.
For a genuinely warm welcome with small town friendly service, stop by the grill. They have slowly smoked ribs, wings, and briskets, along with homemade appetizers, unique sandwiches, pizzas, and burgers. The grill is a perfect location for family get-togethers or business lunches. They can even cater. For added fun, call the Bear River Bowling Center and reserve a lane. No matter what you like, the grill has something for everyone. Tanglewood Studios has something for everyone, whether it's dance, cheer, color guard, or gymnastics. There's even recreational all-boys gymnastics along with Mama Me classes. Family rates are available, so come join the fun.
Lincoln Financial specializes in estate, investment, and retirement planning, as well as business benefits. At Lincoln, they are totally impartial, comb through different options to create financial products that a person needs. Lincoln Financial, big city service, small town care.
For those of you who are just joining us this morning, your judge is Ben Williamson. He's from Flintstone, Maryland. He is an assistant teaching professor and a livestock judge team coach at Penn State University. With his family, he manages a cow and calf operation and is currently working on venturing into the local produce market. Let's give a round of applause for our judge this morning.
I think as we get into these heavier weights and we're starting to get in maturity patterns and maybe balance for the end game a little bit, we're starting to find a more common theme in terms of what we're trying to identify, and that's great. As we start looking at this one, I think, again, we can make this conversation most complete. Now, the two things that I think that are maybe criticize this sheep just a little bit is I don't know if this one is necessarily the most extended radical one I've seen all day in terms of the side. I do think that's the bold ribbed one that's sound and athletic that keeps its head up as it goes. The other thing that would probably help that sheep in terms of presentation, you need to transition your hock and knee a little bit. You just kind of left them fuzzy. But because of that, at a quick glance, you want to say that one's knee's not centered. It is. We just need to pull and change the shape on that one. As we get to the next one, this one's actually been presented just a little bit better, and I greatly appreciate that. When you get right on top of this one, this is actually probably one that's just harder in terms of its general touch and harder in terms of its upper hip shape. You get it from the side, though, even though it's probably just a little longer spine, that one runs downhill just a little bit more. I want to go ahead and pick that one up and make it just a little stouter feature and more athletic in terms of how it sits out of its rear pastern. Two nice sheep to start. The one that's probably the most engaging when you get right on top of them is this blue sheep. That one is massive when you get right into behind its shoulder and how that one spread and turned. That's a huge back sheep, and I appreciate it a great deal. You get them from the side, that one's not as frail featured. That one's not quite as neat in terms of its look, and honestly, it needs to be toned up just a little bit in terms of its touch. The back of my head, I can see judging teams through the years rolling their eyes with the word that's going to come out on this one: fundamental. Commitment to fundamentals will always lead to more right than wrong decisions, and that's what that sheep is. Extremely practical. I actually like that one probably as well as any in terms of his elevation to chest, added length to spine. The problem is he doesn't come with any added bells and whistles. He's not as big and aggressive in terms of the turn to his back, wide in terms of his set to his pin, and he's not as cool in terms of his shape to his chest. But if I'm just making a bunch of real-world livestock, I'd take 1,000 of that one and I'd never be out of business. Really nice job. Another one that's just radical in terms of back shape is this blue sheep, and man, that's just kind of a blue blessing and curse simultaneously. That one's huge in terms of his top and huge in terms of his loin. You get him from the side, that's a frail featured one that attaches his neck too low to his shoulder. That one's too deep in terms of his chest and not as progressive in its underline, but nice sheep nonetheless. Give him a big hand as we retire him back to the barn, and we'll see those top two back in a few minutes.
Whether you are buying or selling, you need to know you have someone in your corner who can help you get through that process. The realtors at Coldwell Banker are there to help you get into your home, whether it's a starter or your forever. Let Trudy Hatch and Shannon Johnson help you get into the home of your dreams. They're your local experts for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call today.
Rigby Chiropractic, promoting health and wellness locally with a personal touch.
There's a lot to know when it comes to buying insurance. That's why it's important to have an independent agent looking out for you and your family. Whatever you're looking to protect, Advanced Insurance Services can help. Let Sherry Pally help make sure you have the right coverage and are getting all the discounts you deserve. She can shop several carriers to find the company that is right for you. Call for a free insurance review today.
I think this is probably one of the more uniform classes top to bottom we've had, but I don't think there's just a clear winner in this particular lineup. As we start studying between the top two, there's give and take. Ultimately, the blue sheep just comes with more sheep. That one's bolder rib. That one's really aggressive and good in terms of the spread of its back. Bigger pin sheep, but there's some things as even though I think it's functionally sound, especially when you set it in motion, it becomes pretty evident that one wants to drop out of its chest, isn't as good in its attachment, rolls a little bit in terms of a shorter dock, but is an open, wide constructed one that's very functionally sound. Now, the stouter featured one that I probably prefer a little bit in terms of some of how things fit together stands 2. That one gets just a little deeper in terms of its chest length of blade, and I get that. That one's actually got a piece that I give a lot of presentation to in terms of management. That one's got a big twist in it when you study him behind and kind of has some turn to outer leg. Problem is this 3/4 view becomes troublesome for me. That one's flat in terms of its rib cage, not as big and expressive right behind its shoulder and how it sets up, and it's decent in terms of its edge, but that one doesn't have just a radical shape in him too. I don't think he's good looking enough to say that he's a win and he's got enough product, and I don't think he's got enough product to say he goes ahead and wins. So I think this is really a close dynamic duo. You make your call on the outside. I'm going to commit to that fundamental meat animal shape. The one that stands third actually probably does things a little bit better in terms of the combination of the top two and how he ties the shoulder in a little flatter and transitions from there back. That sheep's actually got some decent spread and is probably as good. He's better than the one in front of him in terms of the squareness behind his shoulder. The problem is it's not progressive. That sheep doesn't sit there and expand. That one gets shorter in terms of how he ties down into the base of his twist and lower leg. I just need him to go ahead and drop and fill with more dimension and tie him behind him with more shape. Boulder made one that's actually bigger hip than the one in front of him, standing in the 3 spot. This one just gets a little troublesome in how he moves. He gets coarse and rigid in terms of coming out of his chest just a little too much and pushes his hock. And a blue sheep that stands third, really, really hard, radical, progressive, too skinny ribbed, not quite good enough in terms of how that one opens up collectively from end to end, with that needs a shot of feature. Give them a big hand as we send them back to their pens.
Roach Ranches supports the people that support them and the fantastic youth of the valley. Thank you for over 60 years in business, quality seed stocking, gravel, and hunting.
Amy Rupp with England Volkers grew up in Cache Valley, now lives in Box Elder County and can't imagine calling anywhere else home. The people, places, and gorgeous open landscapes serve as her constant inspiration. Amy serves Box Elder and Cache County in residential sales with knowledge and expertise in large acreage and ranch listings. If experience is what you're looking for, look no further than Amy Rupp. Amy is a proud supporter of the Box Elder County Livestock Auction.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you should start feeling the temperature rising because it's starting to get just a little deeper. I think these first two gave me really neat impressions in different avenues when they come in. Ultimately, young lady comes in with two different advantages from an outside impression. One, that one's neater in terms of how it sets an elevation in its chest, how it attaches smoother in terms of its shoulder into its forerib more effortlessly. Then that one's just a shot stouter feature to the surface and jaw. When you step in behind that one, that one's more true to the edge of its corners and does it in a good silhouette. What seals the deal is when I go to touch it, this one's harder. This is where you end up ultimately getting beat in terms of the big picture, and then details start sorting off. This one comes in early, and I start eyeing this one up pretty quick. That one's good in terms of being big hipped, good leg, really good in terms of the shape visually right here behind its shoulder. I love that turn and crease coming right through the middle. The question that I had is, okay, that one's getting pretty smooth. How smooth is it? That one's got too much body wall, too much start pone coming up, and doesn't connect as neat and effortlessly. And the second thing, the secondary part is that one is good chested. That one's not as elevated as the sheep in front of you. That ends up being a really good pair to start. Lamb that comes out next is actually a little leaner than the one in front of him. I actually like that one in terms of his lower body wall. That one sits with a big hip as well. Not as dynamic in terms of the expression and shape coming right behind its shoulder. Not as dynamic in terms of the extension and how that one's neck shape fits into the top of his shoulder as well. I think that's a darn good lamb that got beat by two trucks in front of it. Lamb that sits into the next spot is one that I like better in terms of just forerib shape quite a bit, and that one actually is more elevated than the lamb that stands third. Just kind of gets out horsed in terms of just radical shape and pin width, not as good in terms of the lower third shape coming into the base of his leg as well. Lamb that stands in the next spot actually has a really good rib shape. That one gets really productive and practical. I think that one's actually as good featured as any lamb in here. Shorter and steeper in terms of both ends of a skeleton relative to the three in front of him. Not as big and full in terms of how it fills my hand over its loin of a hedge. Give him a big hand as they head back to the barn.
R&B Livestock Solutions has you covered for custom fencing, grazing, and livestock transportation. Give Rhett Munns a call today.
Kent's is your one-stop shop for fresh produce, bakery items, deli, and meat. Stop by today for fast, friendly service.
Rudd Funeral Home is a locally owned family-operated business. Joe Rudd and his family, as well as their devoted staff, are committed to providing you with the best service possible during a difficult time. Their beautiful facilities have all the necessary amenities. A large viewing room can also double as a smaller, more intimate funeral chapel. The chapel is even equipped with streaming capabilities to make sure family and friends are connected no matter how far they may be. Rudd Funeral Home is there to help you in your time of need.
If we could please have our Division 2 winners start lining up to get ready for the next show. We have Briley Fossen, Molly White, Addiston Burrup, Porter Couch, Joshua Pugsley, Waylon White, Kennedy Richards, and Tate Craner, Declan Lish, and Chloe Burton. Please start lining up.
We're going to go ahead and start off the young lady with the more natural tinted sheep to begin. And ultimately, I mean, there's some different views that give you different looks in this regard. I would like to drop this one in terms of his flank line. I'll admit that ready from the silhouette. But part of the reason that this flank line does that too is that's a sheep that's actually most authentic in terms of being bold rib, really stout, powerful, and compositionally correct. That's a really fresh finished sheep. When you go to touch it, there's honestly the most aggressive in terms of a turn from his back. When you get right from the view that he's standing from, that's the big pin, big legged sheep that's naturally opened up in terms of its chest and its hock. That's the one that needs to start because that's a meat animal that's bold and wide and dimensional. The cosmetic fix in terms of his flank is just that. Now the next two actually probably come in terms of body line just a little bit. This one's just a little bit more modest in terms of his sides, Jeeps in terms of his chest. I like to take that one sternum and shove it up in it just a little bit. Now I'm not one to say they got to be shallow bladed, but just in terms of balance and fit, that one gets a little deep, a little soft in terms of a handle. Wide handstands too, that one's actually more dimensional relative to the sheep coming behind it. From the outside, I actually like this one just a little bit better in terms of having added extension and underline, maybe a little stouter featured. The problem is when I go to handle it, even though it's got some pin, that's the one that's actually the most dehydrated and washed out over the edge of its rack. And loin, we need just to open and expressing that one up. If that one handles different, maybe we've got a conversation of being the top pair, maybe even win it, but it's kind of outside in terms of freshness of shape. We got our mutton busting kid standing in the 4 spot, and honestly, this is just a fundamental one that's really productive and dense and wide. We'd like to present it just a shot better, but that one's just a useful sheep that's naturally opened up wide. We just want to make that one bigger pin, level her out of its hip, but that's a stout one that's still good in terms of where it fits. Really radical piece in the natty standing in the 5 spot. When you get it right behind it, there is not a lamb in here that touches this one in terms of outer turn to a stifle and at the center of her shape. Problem is we need everything to blend better. Yeah, that one's pretty good in terms of composition. I think you upside down, that might be as good a carcass sheep, maybe the carcass sheep of our top 5 probably in class. But we also got to match things in terms of balance and productivity. That one gets a little harder in terms of his bend and body. We want to go ahead and set that one assemble from the side just a little bit neater in terms of his chest and his rear leg. Give him a big hand as we retire to the barn. And I'll look forward to the division.
Schaefer Farms. We grow family, friends, and high-quality crops. Swing by the fielding location and pick up some delicious homegrown food today. Miller Medical is ready to care for clients with full services for family medical. They also offer beauty and spa health treatments with hot stone and IV vitamin therapies, as well as Botox. Let Miller Medical take care of all your healthcare needs.
Rupp Trucking Excavating is a family-owned and operated construction business specializing in site prep and site utilities. Brothers Blaine and Brent Rupp have spent the last 45 years priding themselves on a project well done. What began small has turned into a company of over 70 employees performing contracts up to $20 million and includes work such as demolition, sewer and water installation, earthwork, septic systems, and waste containers. Rupp's operates several gravel pits and offers both delivery and pickup. Contact Rupp's for your construction needs.
Central Milling Company is a proud supporter of the Box Elder County Fair. Select the best products for your family by using Central Milling Company. Tree Mountain City, creating a safe and welcoming community where neighbors feel connected to each other and enjoy life.
And Haley Nelson, let's give them a round of applause. We also want to give a special shout out to our Division II buckle sponsors. Our champion buckle is sponsored by Jared and Tiffany Fawson. Our reserve champion buckle is sponsored by Jake Bailey and Sutton Udy. We really appreciate all of our sponsors out here. We really couldn't do what we do without their help. Let's give them a round of applause as well.
Really nice lineup for a Division II, and in sheep that have some resemblance. We can tell as they start getting heavier, we're starting to get them a little more consistent in terms of what we're finding with muscle, build, balance, all those things that I keep referencing in different points. Really stout featured one, a really heavy muscled one out of that first division. Maybe relative as we start making some comparative calls, a little rounder out of its hip, not as prominent, a little more prominent in terms of his chest, but I love that one in terms of body shape. I love that one in terms of just natural width and density. Good looking one out of Class 2 that's actually more upstanding. The question becomes, is that one stout enough when you start saying it out here? I think that one's got more than enough muscle in terms of what we would expect to be good, but there's some other sheep that have some balance in that category that just more opened up and shapely. A little more modest round one coming out of the third division that is ostensibly the best in that particular class. That one's got some shape, just a little more conventional and compact and not as radical. Hard-shaped blue sheep coming out of the next one. As we talked about in class, I would probably navigate it just a little differently to find the one that back and forth. Do you call the one with more muscle that's wider? Do you take the one that's a little stouter feature that's neater in terms of his twist? That's the best sheep, but as we start making comparative for division, those things that we highlighted in terms of issues, in terms of his chest place and roundness, is becoming more evident. Sheep out of our last class, and this one, or second to last class, this one was, he's made a comment on the mic, that one was deep, and this was a sheep that's super complete, square, coming and going, that still sits at the base of its chest and spreads right with a really good one behind it. And then a class out of the last one, this was the good one in this class. It was a carcass sheep, full and through, that we'd like to change in terms of cosmetic underline a little bit. I don't think there's any question in my mind. This one's won. Congratulations. I maybe pause just a second more to figure out who's reserve, and it's going to be a conversation between the one right behind her and then the one out of that first class. And as we step back and type, that is the harder touch sheep. This one's probably just more interesting in terms of the crease down its back and how it sits and elevation out of its chest and shape, even though I don't think the one that starts is absolutely the more elevated one. And I do want to maybe firm that one up in terms of his body wall. That's a really wide, good-looking one that's really athletic. You're going to be two.
And congratulations to our Division II champion, Chloe Burton. Also, a congratulations to our Division II Reserve champion, Declan Lynch.
Representing the finest properties in the area. You're thinking of Farmhouse Realty. From farms and ranches to first homes to second homes and everything in between. My mission is helping you pursue a new home or a new property. As a local farmer myself, I'm no stranger to tightening up my bootstraps, dirtying my hands, and getting down to work for my clients. Exceeding your expectations isn't the exception, it's our standard. From first homes to farms and every acre in between, let Farmhouse Realty Group get to work for you.
If you are in need of financial assistance, call Dusty Roach at Lincoln Financial. He and his friendly staff have the expertise you'll need.
Whether you are purchasing a car, buying a home, managing an investment property, starting a small business, or leaving behind a legacy, American Family Insurance will help you protect your dream. Bear River Live is proud to bring you another production, Talk of the Town. These weekly episodes will bring local stories to life and keep you informed on what is happening in the community, as well as business spotlights and expert tips.
Schooler, let's get growing. Your partner for grain and feed, merchandising, marketing, storage, and logistics.
Rudd Funeral Home is there to serve your family in your time of need. Miller Medical is ready to care for clients with full services for family medical. They also offer beauty and spa health treatments with hot stone and IV vitamin therapies, as well as Botox. Let Miller Medical take care of all your healthcare needs.
Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free.
Rock and Roll Construction Products, providing U-Cart concrete and landscaping products. For a genuinely warm welcome with small town friendly service, stop by the grill. They have slowly smoked ribs, wings, and briskets, along with homemade appetizers, unique sandwiches, pizzas, and burgers. The grill is a perfect location for family get togethers or business lunches. They can even cater. For added fun, call the Bear River Bowling Center and reserve a lane. No matter what you like, the grill has something for everyone. Tanglewood Studios has something for everyone, whether it's dance, cheer, color guard, or gymnastics. There's even recreational all-boys gymnastics along with Mama Me classes. Family rates are available, so come join the fun.
For those of you who are just now joining us, your judge this morning is Ben Williamson. Mr. Williamson is from Flintstone, Maryland. He is an assistant teaching professor and a livestock judging team coach at Penn State University. With his family, he manages a cow-calf operation and is currently venturing into the local produce market. Again, your judge this morning is Ben Williamson. Let's give him a round of applause.
I apologize for just taking a few more moments to make up my mind in this particular lineup, and it's because I think we're in one of those situations where we've got 5 nice ones. We're maybe challenging to find some ifs and thens and lines on where we want to go. Ultimately, I think the one that gives me the most views is the young man's, and that's a really good-looking, great-built one. That's so good in terms of his chest and his underline. He's got such an athletic rear leg. He's toned and touch and hard. And I do think he's the squarest-chested sheep. With that said, I don't know if he's the boldest sheep. That one's just kind of average in terms of body shape and natural width when you step in behind him in terms of pin. But when you draw up a skeleton, that one's really good, super good when set in motion. That one's chest, floor, and forearm is the best and still spreads with a hard touch. I just want to make that one a shot more robust. I think 2 and 3, and honestly maybe even 4, kind of all do those things just a little bit better. I just don't think they do it with the same symmetry and balance from the side. Ultimately, Young Ladies, in my mind, is the next best one in terms of trying to create that silhouette, and you do a great job of getting this one stuck, and that helps you a bunch. That one is bolder in terms of its forerib and probably just a shot more progressive in terms of turn, or progressive in the spread coming down its back. I don't know if that one is just necessarily out there in terms of pin shape. I don't know if that one's out there in terms of lower leg shape and turn when you start going. So I don't know if that one's just got just a ton extra muscle to say, man, that was the bolder one with added shape. Let's just go ahead and run him, because he's not. And he's just kind of, they're very similar in terms of the turn and expression. The one that's actually probably the most expressive of the top 5 stands third. That one is incredibly good when you get on top of it. And right in terms of the shape and upstanding dimension that comes with this added spread and turn coming down through its upper hip. I like that sheep a bunch from a composition standpoint. I found it as immediately it hit the ring. I think the front end of that sheep's actually built okay in terms of forearm and chest. The problem is I don't think that one handles its rear leg near athletic enough. He gets just a little round in terms of how his pin, a little tight in how he sits down. I want to go ahead and stretch that one's hip probably about 2 inches, and I think that'll evolutionize how that one goes out of its rear leg and maintains more true squareness from behind. I like the sheep standing third quite a bit as well in terms of just being very productive and practical. I think this one sits together really good in terms of body shape and production traits. That one's just a little more prominent in terms of the base of its chest, not as extended in terms of where it comes. And even though it's wide, again, this conversation of trying to find one that just creases so good, that's a hard thing to find in this particular class. Really extended one that comes into that 6'5" spot that just needs to be opened up in terms of his chest and around in terms of his forerib. And I am going to talk the 6th one, because if you just want to come in and butt cut him, man, that one's got a big old donk on him. I like that one from behind a bunch. Problem is he's getting a little coarse and tight in how he goes. I want to loosen and flexing that guy up just quite a bit. Give him a big hand, and we'll retire him back to the barn.
Lincoln Financial specializes in estate, investment, and retirement planning, as well as business benefits. At Lincoln, they are totally impartial, comb through different options to create financial products that a person needs. Lincoln Financial, big city service, small town care.
Whether you are buying or selling, you need to know you have someone in your corner who can help you get through that process. The realtors at Coldwell Banker are there to help you get into your home, whether it's a starter or your forever. Let Trudy Hatch and Shannon Johnson help you get into the home of your dreams. They're your local experts for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call today.
Rigby Chiropractic, promoting health and wellness locally with a personal touch.
That's a very highly presented, high quality sheep that starts this class. And from the outside, there was never any question in my mind that this is the one that I like to start. That one's neat in terms of how all of its skeletal is assembly, truly wide on the corners of its skeleton, big in terms of its pin, robust in terms of its rib. The one place where I get hesitation, compositionally, I'd like that one just a shot harder in tone. That's the thing where that weather's starting to get on the edge of being just a little on the chubby side. And that's actually where I like 2 and 3 better. This one's still got some bark on them, especially down low. I don't want to make any bones about it. That one is radical in terms of how big that one is up high. That one's huge in terms of the turn and just gnarly in terms of how that one fits, coming to the top side of its skeleton and base of the twist. The problem is I think that one's still got some lower body wall in him as well. And you get him from the side, that one looks a little like he can almost fit in front side of the one in front of him, right? He's lower, that we use lower chested, not as upstanding, a little more compressed in how it fits. Still really good in terms of the levelness of its hip, the shape to its hind leg and how it goes. I just want to elevate and extend that one quite a bit. And like I said, that one's got some bark on it too, but gnarly good when you start getting on top side. This one compositionally, rock star. That one is tone and touch and muscular. That one just a little more prominent in terms of how it's chased into its chest. Not as good in terms of the elevation. Gets a little rounder in terms of its length of hip. We just need to go ahead and give that one a little better look from the side. But that one's a very, very nice sheep. 2 more extended ones coming in the next spot. They're just plainer, both in terms of shape and look of the pair. This is the wider constructed one that's rounder in terms of its rib and wider pinned. This one's presented extremely well. A little more off in terms of the set to how it handles it. Connects its neck lower into its shoulder, one that's maybe not quite as good in terms of the edge and shape, and maybe not quite as nice in terms of the shape to his hind leg. Give them a big round of applause as they head back to the pens.
There's a lot to know when it comes to buying insurance. That's why it's important to have an independent agent looking out for you and your family. Whatever you're looking to protect, Advanced Insurance Services can help. Let Sherry Pally help make sure you have the right coverage and are getting all the discounts you deserve. She can shop several carriers to find the company that is right for you. Call for a free insurance review today. Roach Ranches supports the people that support them and the fantastic youth of the Valley. Thank you for over 60 years in business, quality seed stocking, gravel, and hunting.
I think probably the most unique one is the young man's that starts, and this is the stout feature, the widest constructed sheep from end to end. That's the roundest in terms of his rib cage. I don't know if I think there's a couple other sheep that's probably just more tone and touch in terms of where he fits, but the fact that how he operates his rear leg, he's still got muscle, he's still in composition acceptability. He just fits together in a really nice package with some added density. The one that stands second to me is just a very fundamental sheep that sits in terms of being just maybe a little better to its edge, one that I like in terms of how it touches down low. Doesn't come with the same balance. It is wide constructed, but we need to go ahead and elevate and change that one's front end assembly to give it just a better look. But it's wider constructed, it's bolder, it's stouter than the lamb that stands third. From the side, this one is the one that's a little more unique to look at. That one's neater fronted, neater in terms of how it sits out top. That one's actually kind of neat in terms of how you go and touch that one and being so hard, and that one draws and spreads my hand as it goes back. I get back off of them though. That one's not as naturally wide in terms of a general rib cage with the pin, with the hock. That one just needs to open up with a little more production meat animal shape to make a conversation. The third one has that added regard, and I actually like that one quite a bit when you study it in terms of his pin and how true he is from there down. That one doesn't wrap with the same dimension of the slower third. That one's not as good in terms of its rib or its loin edge shape, and again, doesn't have as quite as unique look. The one that stands in the last spot in this top five is a wide constructed, practical, good-bodied sheep with muscle. Just gets too round and generic in terms of its general look.
Amy Rupp with England Volkers grew up in Cache Valley, now lives in Box Elder County, and can't imagine calling anywhere else home. The people, places, and gorgeous open landscapes serve as her constant inspiration. Amy serves Box Elder and Cache County in residential sales with knowledge and expertise in large acreage and ranch listings. If experience is what you're looking for, look no further than Amy Rupp. Amy is a proud supporter of the Box Elder County Livestock Auction.
R&B Livestock Solutions has you covered for custom fencing, grazing, and livestock transportation. Give Rhett Munns a call today.
Kent's is your one-stop shop for fresh produce, bakery items, deli, and meat. Stop by today for fast, friendly service.
Rudd Funeral Home is a locally owned family-operated business. Joe Rudd and his family, as well as their devoted staff, are committed to providing you with the best service possible during a difficult time. Their beautiful facilities have all the necessary amenities. A large viewing room can also double as a smaller, more intimate funeral chapel. The chapel is even equipped with streaming capabilities to make sure family and friends are connected no matter how far they may be. Rudd Funeral Home is there to help you in your time of need.
Well, we've made comments before. Every class brings maybe just a little different dynamic in terms of trying to find the quality balanced one. There's a little man in the back of my head right now that's maternally oriented that keeps screaming, man, that's a really nice one. And that one is. But when you step back, and even though that looks like one that's starting to get just a little broody, that's still the good one in terms of the shape coming down the top and the edge. That one's true into its corners. That one's neat, and how that one attaches and an underlying quality. And a skeleton, that one floats when set in motion. That's just a really nice sheep. Good job. The one that comes in second or the other, just a little more prominent in terms of his chest. But with that being said, he's round ribbed. He's probably better in terms of being fresher and with his underline and not quite as dropped. Part of that's his sex and type and how he's managed. That one's big in terms of his twist as well. He's not maybe quite as neat in terms of the edge of how he sets up the sheep in front of him in terms of shape and spread and turn. That one's not quite as good looking from the side. But that's still an extended practical one relative to probably the heaviest muscled sheep in class stands third, and I keep saying that through the day, and just kind of the way it's worked, that one is incredibly impressive when you get on the top side of that the skeleton. The shape of the forearm, lower leg, stifle twist is awesome. But when you get on top of it too and you back away, that one starts getting just a little coarse in terms of how it sits out of its neck and shoulder, maybe not quite as neat and athletic out of his rear leg. That's why he stands third, but upside down he's got a ton of value. One that's a little more extended, a little more sensible in terms of how he ties more seamlessly and fluid from the move. But this one is just kind of average in terms of muscularity and shape, not quite as dimensional in terms of his twist. That sheep doesn't have quite as neat pieces. If you want to make a flip there in second or third, that's your call. Sheep that stands here is progressive and nice, very fundamentally right. Gets a little deep in terms of how its neck ties into its shoulder, not as wide and as dimensional, and probably just a little softer on this pasture. Give them a hand as they head back into out the alley.
Schaefer Farms. We grow family, friends, and high-quality crops. Swing by the fielding location and pick up some delicious homegrown food today. Miller Medical is ready to care for clients with full services for family medical. They also offer beauty and spa health treatments with hot stone and IV vitamin therapies, as well as Botox. Let Miller Medical take care of all your healthcare needs.
Rupp Trucking and Excavating is a family-owned and operated construction business specializing in site prep and site utilities. Brothers Blaine and Brent Rupp have spent the last 45 years priding themselves on a project well done. What began small has turned into a company of over 70 employees performing contracts up to $20 million and includes work such as demolition, sewer and water installation, earthwork, septic systems, and waste containers. Rupp's operates several gravel pits and offers both delivery and pickup. Contact Rupp's for your construction needs.
Central Milling Company is a proud supporter of the Box Elder County Fair. Select the best products for your family by using Central Milling Company.
Now we have class 17.
I think a really nice one to start. It's honestly the widest constructed, heaviest, denser featured one that sits really good in terms of his chest floor, not only from the side, but how he sits his base of his skeleton and his sternum right there, and then look at where his forerib really starts and how that corrects him in terms of with the chest. You get him on that move, he is the one that's the most naturally wide to his corners and still round rib with some additional spread. Now, there's some things I'm going to criticize him on. Honestly, he's just a little loose in terms of his hock, and I'd like to go ahead and do that. And when he goes, I'd actually like to see him be just a little bit more arrogant in terms of his natural head carriage. I actually looked at 2 for those specific categories. On the side, when you set this one in motion, this is my favorite sheep from that profile. He's actually more elevated, neater in his attachment. He's one that actually sits with a really nice shape to his hock. Ultimately, when you get in behind him, though, in this 3/4 view, it becomes just a little bit of a telling. Does he have enough power? He needs to be yanked open just a shot more in terms of his pin. He needs to be truer in terms of how he handles his rear leg from behind in terms of squareness. With that being said, that's an awfully good one that's awful good looking. If he fixes those 2 things, he runs away with this and it never looks back. Ultimately, that turns into his deficit. Really nice, useful sheep that honestly is bigger pin from behind than the sheep standing in the second spot. I like this one in terms of spread. I just don't think this one's as naturally as athletic as the sheep standing in front. That one gets a little looser and high. That one's not as good in terms of the chest floor and where he sits out square and needs to be shoved up in terms of his breast shape. But that being said, it's not out of bounds. It's just differences between the 2. Really nice sheep in terms of just muscle and composition, standing in the 3 spot that has some spread, some natural round rib. That one just gets a little round off both ends when set in motion and isn't as naturally opened up. And the sheep that rounds out this top 5 has some extension, has some spread. You set that one in motion, he just needs to be looser constructed.
Tree Mountain City, creating a safe and welcoming community where neighbors feel connected to each other and enjoy life.
Representing the finest properties in the area. You're thinking of Farmhouse Realty. From farms and ranches to first homes to second homes and everything in between. My mission is helping you pursue a new home or a new property. As a local farmer myself, I'm no stranger to tightening up my bootstraps, dirtying my hands, and getting down to work for my clients. Exceeding your expectations isn't the exception, it's our standard. From first homes to farms and every acre in between, let Farmhouse Realty Group get to work for you.
If you are in need of financial assistance, call Dusty Roach at Lincoln Financial. He and his friendly staff have the expertise you'll need.
Whether you are purchasing a car, buying a home, managing an investment property, starting a small business, or leaving behind a legacy, American Family Insurance will help you protect your dream.
If we could have the Division 3 champions please start lining up for the Division Drive. We need Titan Roach, Quincy Francis, Paisley Eddington, Paisley Eddington, Witten Williams, Branson Fawson, Liberty Anderson, Bailey Roberts, Georgia LeBlanc, Dalton Jones, Daxton Dallin. Please start lining up for the Division 3 drive.
I don't know if there's just a direct answer in this particular lineup, and that's fine, but ultimately the one I keep coming back to is right here. This one really fits me in regards to trying to put pieces together that have some balance and symmetry. When you start this one from the surface, from a fundamental, that's the one that's square in its knee and chest, still to right in terms of its length of blade and as it works back. That one's upstanding in terms of its chest floor or rack shape and spreads with some depth of twist and a good shape to its hock. I think he goes good enough. It's kind of hard to tell. He's being a little bit of a knucklehead right now, just to be nice. But his shape and his angles fit with a really long extended set. I think this is a nice sheep to begin. Blue sheep that stands second actually has some really neat pieces in regards to actually maybe one of the better ones in terms of roundness of rib and just general expression and upstanding spread coming on the top side of his skeleton. I think this one's a little deceiving in terms of where you want to call him, because initially you want to say that one's underline doesn't right. No, it's because he's got this weird shade of gray that makes it a little bit elusive. His underline is good. His rear leg is nice. I don't know if he's quite the athlete in terms of how he sits at the base of his chest. I don't know if he quite wraps to the same dimension at the base of his twist. But with that being said, I think that's a really nice sheep that makes some conversation up high. The piece that's neat on this one is when you let this one go on this rope a little bit, that one runs uphill. He's like on a ramp constantly, and that's actually a really cool piece from a side profile picture. He's hard touched. The problem is he's not stout enough. He's narrower in terms of his chest or top two. He's not as expressive and robust in terms of his body shape and up high. You study him behind him, he's a skinny pin one of the top three. But I love that one's extension, and he's almost just on a ramp all the time. I love that guy when you just let him go on his rope and how he just is automatically up high. I think that's really, really cool. Two more general sheep in the second and third, they're the third and fourth spot. I think of the pair, this is the one that's just a little more practical and more consistent in terms of natural width and density versus the sheep that ends up in the 5 spot. That one just gets a little bit more round in general in terms of the side. I am going to talk about the 6th place sheep here because this view right here, that's a massive pin back hip one. I won't argue that at all. You set him in motion, that sheep closes in terms of his chest, doesn't get as elevated where he goes. Love the composition. I just want to make him just more practical right there. Give him a big hand as we send him back out of the barn.
Bear River Live is proud to bring you another production, Talk of the Town. These weekly episodes will bring local stories to life and keep you informed on what is happening in the community, as well as business spotlights and expert tips.
Schooler, let's get growing. Your partner for grain and feed, merchandising, marketing, storage, and logistics.
Branson Fossen and Liberty Anderson. From class 16, we have Georgia LeBlanc and Bailey Roberts. From class 17, we have Daxton Dallin, and Dalton Jones. And from class 18, we have Alyssa Child and Trevin Murray. We also wanted to give a special thank you to our Division 3 champion buckle sponsor, KTP Trucking, and our Division 3 Reserve champion buckle sponsor, Taggart Steed. Without our sponsors, this show wouldn't be possible, so please give them a nice round of applause. We also wanted to make everybody here aware that Les Schwab has donated a bunch of bottled water for you. You can find it on ice around the arena and around the barn. So Les Schwab has donated that for us. So thank you to them as well.
I'll be honest with everybody. As I was navigating through the 6 classes in Division 3, I was really questioning in my mind, man, how are these going to come back together? Because we're kind of on some fringe lines in terms of what I'm trying to find. But with that said, while there is variation and those things still exist, I am very happy with how they actually come back together in terms of pattern, silhouette, muscle, kind. I think they fit together really, really nice. We just have to make some calls on what we prefer. We talked about the Class 1 in this division, and it's still true. That dude is really radically built from the side. Maybe doesn't attach his knee in terms of the top side of his shoulder, but the question still remains, is he stout enough? and he needs to be opened up and just a shot more burly in his general build. The one out of this one, good job getting that one put back together. You've worked on him, and his hide's better now, and I think that's a positive in terms of how he comes through. He's actually really good in terms of how big he is behind his shoulder. He's better in his edge than maybe I anticipated. I love that guy in motion. I think he's effortless in how he pulls together. There's some more exotic ones in terms of their shoulder and neck and being meter fronted, but with that being said, everything fits. He's square at his chest. His shoulder lays neat into a big round forerib, and he's wide. I like that guy quite a bit, especially in motion. I think it just shows how honest he is and how he's put together. Sheep that stands in the next division's harder touch. I actually like that one, as well as any in terms of his lower body wall. I think that's really important and imperative when we start talking about keeping these more compositionally ideal. I don't think any of them are compositionally wrong. I just like that one quite a bit in that regard. You get him out here, he just gets a little more general in terms of his chest plate. He's not as opened up. I think he spreads right, but I'd like him to go with just a little more athleticism. We got that broody one, and then she still fits that regard, but that's a darn good sheep, young lady, in terms of how that one's put together. Neater in terms of his blade length and how that one sits high in terms of the top of his shoulder and still spreads right. Maybe I'd like to pull some feel out of her is really what I'd like to do now in terms of presentation, but that one's honest to the edge of the corners and just prances like a pony when you put him in motion. The one that comes out of the next division and we talked about is exactly still what he is. We had a call between one that's neater fronted. We had one that was wider and still good. That one still just gets, when you set him in motion, the young man gets him stuck and he looks way good. When he comes in motion, he's still good, but he just disassembles his front end, becomes just a little more loose in how he handles his hock. I'd like to pull those things together. And the lamb that comes out of our last division is still exactly what he said. Kind of a plain one that's compositionally correct. That's the square true one, and that one I like how it balances. In my mind, there is one lamb that just kind of comes together with the most positives. That's going to be the one out of Class 2. You'll be champion of Division 3. That does bring in a really neat conversation for the lamb that stands second behind it, because we talked about this one just being gnarly in terms of muscle and power, and that's still the case in this particular regard. That one is incredibly upstanding, big out of its hip. That one's shaped to its hocks really good, and it goes in motion. It just gets a little more compact. That one weighs up because it's so dense, and I like that, but I'd also like to go ahead and extend that one and give it more up balance. With that being said, I think it's more of a conversation, but the one that fits me second is going to be the ewe lamb. Congratulations.
And congratulations to our Division 3 champion, Paisley Eddington. And also to our Division 3 reserve champion, Georgia LeBlanc.
Red Funeral Home is there to serve your family in your time of need.
Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free.
Rock and Roll Construction Products, providing U-Cart concrete and landscaping products. For a genuinely warm welcome with small town friendly service, stop by the grill. They have slowly smoked ribs, wings, and briskets, along with homemade appetizers, unique sandwiches, pizzas, and burgers. The grill is a perfect location for family get-togethers or business lunches. They can even cater. For added fun, call the Bear River Bowling Center and reserve a lane. No matter what you like, the grill has something for everyone. Tanglewood Studios has something for everyone, whether it's dance, cheer, color guard, or gymnastics. There's even recreational all-boys gymnastics along with Mamma Mia classes. Family rates are available, so come join the fun.
Lincoln Financial specializes in estate, investment, and retirement planning, as well as business benefits. At Lincoln, they are totally impartial, comb through different options to create financial products a person needs. Lincoln Financial, big city service, small town care.
Whether you are buying or selling, you need to know you have someone in your corner who can help you get through that process. The realtors at Coldwell Banker are there to help you get into your home, whether it's a starter or your forever. Let Trudy Hatch and Shannon Johnson help you get into the home of your dreams. They're your local experts for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call today.
Rigby Chiropractic, promoting health and wellness locally with a personal touch.
There's a lot to know when it comes to buying insurance. That's why it's important to have an independent agent looking out for you and your family. Whatever you're looking to protect, Advanced Insurance Services can help. Let Sherry Pally help make sure you have the right coverage and are getting all the discounts you deserve. She can shop several carriers to find the company that is right for you. Call for a free insurance review today. Roach Ranches supports the people that support them and the fantastic youth of the Valley. Thank you for over 60 years in business, quality seed stocking, gravel, and hunting.
Amy Rupp with England Volkers grew up in Cache Valley, now lives in Box Elder County, and can't imagine calling anywhere else home. The people, places, and gorgeous open landscapes serve as her constant inspiration. Amy serves Box Elder and Cache County in residential sales with knowledge and expertise in large acreage and ranch listings. If experience is what you're looking for, look no further than Amy Rupp. Amy is a proud supporter of the Box Elder County Livestock Auction.
R&B Livestock Solutions has you covered for custom fencing, grazing, and livestock transportation. Give Rhett Munns a call today.
Kent's is your one-stop shop for fresh produce, bakery items, deli, and meat. Stop by today for fast, friendly service.
Rudd Funeral Home is a locally owned family-operated business. Joe Rudd and his family, as well as their devoted staff, are committed to providing you with the best service possible during a difficult time. Their beautiful facilities have all the necessary amenities. A large viewing room can also double as a smaller, more intimate funeral chapel. The chapel is even equipped with streaming capabilities to make sure family and friends are connected no matter how far they may be. Rudd Funeral Home is there to help you in your time of need. Bear River Live is proud to bring you another production, Talk of the Town. These weekly episodes will bring local stories to life and keep you informed on what is happening in the community, as well as business spotlights and expert tips.
We have entering the show ring now, class 19.
This is a really nice one to start off with. And this thing is, we start at the surface. That one is square coming and going, but as you build up from there, that one's seamless in terms of how flat and neat it ties into its shoulder. That one goes back into a bold rib cage. It progresses and gets big down low as well, and it's really clean over the edge of that one's body wall. There are some things that we could do in terms of taking a next step of just making it more radical fronted, but that's definitely a darn good one. As we come into the 2 and 3, I think the conversation turns into this one's just more natural to me. This one's maybe just a little more prominent in terms of chest, and it comes with a shot more shoulder, but the shoulder lays in smooth. When you get right on top of them, this is the one that creases up more. It's bolder in terms of rib, wider in terms of its center pin, and still goes with some athleticism. When you get off of that sheep too, that one actually tries and ties and feeds just a little better, even though it's not as nice in terms of its front end. This one sits probably just a little more perpendicular in regards to its shoulder. I like this one in terms of levelness down its top line. Ultimately, that one isn't naturally what I would say is honest in terms of width. Even though he spreads, that one isn't as big into the edge. That one isn't as opened up underneath or as wide in his pin. I think that's a nice sheep that just gets out horsed by one that's still nice made. Really good profiling sheep when you get this one stuck. I like that one quite a bit in that category. And you go to handle it, this is a good touch sheep that's got spread and shape up high. The problem is you go ahead and turn this one loose, he paddles too much out of his front end. He works off of his shoulder. Doesn't say it's true and genuine in terms of pin shape and squareness from behind. Nice made sheep that kind of fits in terms of practicality and looseness of structure. Just gets a little rounder in terms of his jock, not and overwhelmed in terms of just natural width and muscle.
If you are in need of financial assistance, call Dusty Roach at Lincoln Financial. He and his friendly staff have the expertise you'll need.
Whether you are purchasing a car, buying a home, managing an investment property, starting a small business, or leaving behind a legacy, American Family Insurance will help you protect your dream.
Kent's is your one-stop shop for fresh produce, bakery items, deli, and meat. Stop by today for fast, friendly service.
Schaefer Farms. We grow family, friends, and high-quality crops. Swing by the fielding location and pick up some delicious homegrown food today.
Rupp Trucking and Excavating is a family-owned and operated construction business specializing in site prep and site utilities. Brothers Blaine and Brent Rupp have spent the last 45 years priding themselves on a project well done. What began small has turned into a company of over 70 employees performing contracts up to $20 million and includes work such as demolition, sewer and water installation, earthwork, septic systems, and waste containers. Rupp's operates several gravel pits and offers both delivery and pickup. Contact Rupp's for your construction needs.
Central Milling Company is a proud supporter of the Box Elder County Fair. Select the best products for your family by using Central Milling Company.
Without question, top to bottom, this is the deepest class we've had today, and rightfully so. There's a lot of really good ones that could have been players in a lot of other classes today. With that being said, the one that comes in the most unique patches, we talk about those good ones, and then we say, we wish we had a couple extras. This one's starting to play in those factors. That one's naturally upstanding, runs uphill. That one's incredibly good in terms of tone, touch, and shape. All the way down that one's top and into the edge of its loin. That one's good in terms of how it wraps up and it runs uphill. Ideally, maybe we'd like to go ahead and just attach that one just a shot higher in terms of the top of his shoulder and how it fits. Maybe we'd like to go ahead and change him in terms of levelness of dock as he naturally goes, and I'm talking this much. But with that being said, that's a youthful bodied, round rib, good tone, good touch sheep that balances very well. The lamb that stands second is actually probably just a little more impressive in terms of how that one fills out to the top side of its dock. That one's good in terms of being just square and better attached right up high. The problem is as good as this one is, it ran into a truck of a lamb that ends up having so much added spread and so much added more elevation in terms of the base of his sternum that you just kind of got out horse. The sheep that stands third is one that I like a great deal in terms of balancing. This is another one that it sits in tops upside really good. Relative to the two in front of it, that's the plain age one that just gets a little lower tying. That one isn't as naturally good in terms of the base of its twist and a lower third dimension than just natural body shape. The sheep that comes in the 4 spot is one, honestly, when it comes in, man, I thought this one's going to play, and then I start studying it. That one's flatter in terms of the edge of its stifle. That one's flatter in terms of the base of its leg. You get on top of that sheep, as much as it balances so good in terms of its touch and tone, that one isn't good enough edged, and that what ultimately turns into one that's got a lot of muscle, that has a great deal of extension, just got out horse in that category. Nice lamb stand in the 4 spot that's wide constructed, nice pin, I think balances well from the side, probably better in terms of the turn at the base of its leg than the lamb directly in front of it. Ultimately, that one's not as wide constructed and as unique in terms of its side feature.
Schooler, let's get growing. Your partner for grain and feed, merchandising, marketing, storage, and logistics.
Rudd Funeral Home is there to serve your family in your time of need.
This is where my gut was telling me, but I want to make sure I make the call that I think's right. These are two really, really good lambs with just different details. The one that's just more youthful and fresh in terms of the touch is the lamb that we're going to use to win. That one's neater in terms of how that one's more youthful and set up into its shoulder, really flat and neat. Ultimately, what makes a big deciding factor for me is that one when you study the base of its chest, roundness of rib, how that one spreads and progresses over the edge of its loin. I just think that one kind of fits together in a neater package that's just more opened up and dimensional, and you get them from this 3/4 view. That sheep's wraps way deeper and way more spread and shape right at the base of its leg and stifle. Now, with that being said, the one that's more naturally dense featured stands 2, and that one's probably just a little wider constructed in terms of pin and chest. Comes a little bit more mature as we start getting to this weight. I'm not as worried about that. That just comes to the nature of the beast. When you go, this one is wide in terms of his loin, but doesn't handle as hard and tone and wrap. That one just doesn't sit as good in terms of how it comes back. And as I said before, the maturity's playing in terms of just being a little softer pelted. I get in this 3/4 view. That one doesn't have as much roundness in terms of its rib. It doesn't have as much roundness in terms of the center of its leg. That's the big separation for me and trying to keep them right as we go forward. Really, really good sheep. The young man's lamb that stands in the 3 spot is one that I like a lot. He honestly gets this one stuck really, really well. And the thing is, you just got kind of in a deep race where we got to make some calls. That one's really good in terms of being wide constructed, probably more youthful than the one that stands 2 and naturally opened up. The problem is even though that one's so good hided, when you go let that one go away from you and come off of him, he's not as opened up in terms of his general build from behind in terms of pin and how he wraps down low. But that's a darn good one to stay 3. The young man's weather that stands in the 4 spot, the pieces that are cool, way, way cool, because when you get right on this guy's back, I don't even need to touch him, and I know I touched all of them a few times, just trying to make sure that my head was right and not having alternate impressions that are consistent. That dude creases massive in terms of right coming behind his shoulder and how he stands up and out. That dude's got a huge leg in him. The problem is when you come off from a balance standpoint, he just gets a little suck-gutted and doesn't have as much roundness and boldness. He gets a little deeper in terms of his chest plate and its details that make a difference at this point. Young lady's weather that stands in the next spot, that one's got a good look. That one out of this set is the plain touch, plain shaped one that gets a little round and deep off both ends relative to his contemporaries. Give them a big hand as they send back into the barn.
Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free.
Rock and Roll Construction Products, providing U-Cart concrete and landscaping products. For a genuinely warm welcome with small town friendly service, stop by the grill. They have slowly smoked ribs, wings, and briskets, along with homemade appetizers, unique sandwiches, pizzas, and burgers. The grill is a perfect location for family get-togethers or business lunches. They can even cater. For added fun, call the Bear River Bowling Center and reserve a lane. No matter what you like, the grill has something for everyone. Tanglewood Studios has something for everyone, whether it's dance, cheer, color guard, or gymnastics. There's even recreational all-boys gymnastics along with Mamma Me classes. Family rates are available, so come join the fun.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think these top three truly are a judgment call in terms of what you stand and how you read them. I'm going to try to explain myself the best in terms of my perspectives, and hopefully you can follow it along. Ultimately, the young man sheep that starts, I think, just turns into the one that kind of combines some factors that I've been trying to keep in a balance. Natural width, one that can prop up and still has his blade set in him right, not only in terms of angles, but how it sets into a bolder body cavity. When you get on top of this guy, he's probably the best one in terms of not only being expressive here, but being right over the edge of his loin and still being square and true in how he goes. Now, with that said, when you turn this guy loose, he probably works his shoulder just a little loose in terms of how he's able to mobile, but that's being critical of one that just puts together a lot of feature and balance and power into a really nice, good-bodied package. The young man's weather that stands second is honestly of the top trio. He's not light-muscled, but he's probably the plainest shaped, and I'll admit that readily. He's the one that actually just sits a little square in terms of where he sits at the base of his chest. I think I read him just a little more natural in terms of the pliability to his body shape and how he works from there. I think he reads more natural in terms of turn, especially over his edge, and squareness from behind. Now, the sheep that stands third, this one's got moments where I'm all in, and there's moments that I leave question marks, and that's why it ends up being in the 3 spot. In terms of just getting on top of one and seeing how much spread and power that one has in its rack, the wrap in its lower leg, it's actually incredibly good. And I'm not going to sit there and argue that in any way, shape, or form. I just don't know if it's organic in terms of the turn over this loin edge. And this one has been managed to a T, but because of that too, he's almost too shallow when he tends to just paddle a little bit off both ends. He doesn't handle himself with the same athleticism. You get under the fuzz and look at that one's foot and bone. That one isn't as stout featured either, and so that just kind of helps me justify in the third. I want to say that's an incredibly unique one, and I don't want to say that you guys put a lot of work and put one together. I just don't know if he's quite natural enough to me relative to the other two, but that's a darn good one nonetheless. Young man standing in the next spot. We have 2 lambs that just kind of aren't quite as out there in terms of some extra feature and power. This one to me is the better shaped one that's burlier in terms of the surface, wider constructed and wider pinned. The lamb that comes out in this nest spot is actually really good bodied and wide constructed. This one gets a little round and generic in terms of its rear leg, and it's the plainest shape of the top 5.
Lincoln Financial specializes in estate, investment, and retirement planning, as well as business benefits. At Lincoln, they are totally impartial, comb through different options to create financial products that a person needs. Lincoln Financial, big city service, small town care.
Whether you are buying or selling, you need to know you have someone in your corner who can help you get through that process. The realtors at Coldwell Banker are there to help you get into your home, whether it's a starter or your forever. Let Trudy Hatch and Shannon Johnson help you get into the home of your dreams. They're your local experts for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call today.
If we could have the Division 4 winners please come back to line up for the Division 4 drive. The heavyweight Division 4 winners. We're looking for Kaylee Eddington, Brindley Talbot, Savannah Lish, Daxton Lish, Lily Topham, and Evelyn Garn, as well as Parker Miner and Rhett Richens.
Well, I actually think in this last class of heavies, I didn't know what to expect, but I think we came in, and that's a pretty darn good one, to be honest with you. That one's neat in terms of how it sets at the base of its sternum, so round in its ribs, still neat in its shoulder, especially that way, and radical in terms of how that one spreads big and wide, and still goes with some athleticism to go. That's just a really nice dark blue sheep that needs to be that heavy to be right. Really nice job. Young man's weather standing second is actually really good as well, and that one's actually probably just got a little more turn coming to the backside of his shoulder, at least upstanding shape. Now, with that said, I don't think that as wide constructed as that sheep is, it necessarily has the same spread and turn coming on the edge of its loin. That's a wide pin one. Doesn't wrap quite as low. That one gets a little lower fronted and a little plainer in terms of his general look. The sheep that stands in the 3 hole is actually the one I like second best in terms of just top side shape and actually wrap and turn in the middle of his leg. I like that one a great deal when he goes. I just don't know if he quite holds himself together to the same regard. He wants to run downhill, tie low into his shoulder, and get a little softer in his pasterns, but that one's got a ton of meat animal shape that the young lady needs to be very, very proud of. Now, I tried to mislabel early, and then I just kind of stayed around until you got up the line. So like I said, patience is a virtue. This is a very plain sheep, and I'm not going to sit there and say that, but that's a real-world production sheep with real meat animal shape and value in terms of width and production. It's functionally sound. He actually puts together the pieces in a nice package. He just isn't a show sheep, and that's okay. When you start talking around looking at this next one, this is a better underline one that's a little bit less, not as mature in terms of center body. This one isn't as opened up and it's got too much set to its hock and needs to be dropped in his flank.
Rigby Chiropractic, promoting health and wellness locally with a personal touch.
There's a lot to know when it comes to buying insurance. That's why it's important to have an independent agent looking out for you and your family. Whatever you're looking to protect, Advanced Insurance Services can help. Let Sherry Pally help make sure you have the right coverage and are getting all the discounts you deserve. She can shop several carriers to find the company that is right for you. Call for a free insurance review today.
We have Savannah Lish and Daxton Lish. From Class 21, we have Lily Topham and Evelyn Garn. From Class 22, we have Parker Miner and Rhett Richens. From Class 23, we have Sage Garn and Ruger Richens. Okay, yeah, we've got it. We'd also like to send out a very special thank you to our Division 4 champion buckle sponsor, Brooke Stevenson. We'd also like to thank our Division 4 reserve champion buckle sponsor, Katie Nelson Scott of Equity Real Estate. Give us a big round of applause for our Division 4 sponsors.
Division 4 championship is being selected this time. Please bring Divisions 1, 2, and
Division 4 is being selected at this time. If we could have all of our division winners coming back to line up. Our division champions, Emma Madsen and Corey Garn, Chloe Burton, Declan Lish, Paisley Eddington, and Georgia LeBlanc. If you could please come set up and start getting ready for the overall Supreme Champion Drive.
As we come to the heavy division, things got a little deeper, and rightfully so, as we start looking and evaluating them as individuals. The young lady sheep out of the Class 1 in this division, as we talked about before, that one hit me hard in class, still does. That one's balanced in terms of still sitting at shoulder and right, really aggressive in terms of turn, got a really athletic rear leg, and the thing that I love about that sheep is you set it in motion, it looks exactly like it does propped up, and that's a hard thing to try to accomplish. That mobility and set in motion tells the real truth, and how that one connects, it means a lot to me, and I think that one's very good, very fresh, very trim. The one that's probably the most interesting from a composition standpoint is out of Class 2. That lamb is incredibly big shoulder, square chested, big forearm. That dude's back shape is incredibly put together with a great deal of drop and twist. I think he's natural wide. The thing is, when you come back off of that one, he just doesn't necessarily fit together to the same degree as some other ones out there relative to some other contemporaries. Maybe he doesn't come up in his need in terms out of his front end. That lamb wants to roll just a little bit out of his pin. You do a good job getting it stuck when you put him together. You set him in motion. He just wants to loosen up relative to some other ones. But how that one's put together and compositionally, the fresh, youthful rib is incredibly impressive. Lamb out of the next division, and this is one that I think is just very, very nice. It's a good balanced sheep that maybe gets out horsed in terms of some general power and dimension as we start getting into a deeper set of sheep. But I think that one's very, very good and comes with a great look. The lamb out of the next division we talked about, and there was 3 that we kind of went back and forth. I thought this was the combination sheep on that. When you set him in motion, it becomes apparent he works his shoulder off just a little bit, maybe rounds, but man, he's a really good one that's heavy featured and wide construction. Then you got this heavy blue sheep, and yes, this one's heavy, but honestly, from a silhouette standpoint, there's some things about that dude that's actually pretty unique. For him to be that neat in terms of where his sternum sits is less than like the blade and perpendicular to his shoulder, and when you step off of him, that's real and honest. He's neat shouldered, he's round ribbed, and he spreads and progresses back with a really good rear leg as he works together. I think there's some unique pieces in that. With that being said, I think there's a couple things you can do in my mind for how I want them. There is one answer. The young lady out of Class 1 is going to be champion heavy division, and we're using the heavy for 2.
Let's get a round of applause for our division champion, Kaylee Eddington. And let's get another round of applause for our reserve champion, Sage Garn.
Roach Ranches supports the people that support them and the fantastic youth of the Valley. Thank you for over 60 years in business, quality seed stocking, gravel, and hunting.
Amy Rupp with England Volkers grew up in Cache Valley, now lives in Box Elder County, and can't imagine calling anywhere else home. The people, places, and gorgeous open landscapes serve as her constant inspiration. Amy serves Box Elder and Cache County in residential sales with knowledge and expertise in large acreage and ranch listings. If experience is what you're looking for, look no further than Amy Rupp. Amy is a proud supporter of the Box Elder County Livestock Auction.
R&B Livestock Solutions has you covered for custom fencing, grazing, and livestock transportation. Give Rhett Munns a call today.
Kent's is your one-stop shop for fresh produce, bakery items, deli, and meat. Stop by today for fast, friendly service.
Rudd Funeral Home is a locally owned family-operated business. Joe Rudd and his family, as well as their devoted staff, are committed to providing you with the best service possible during a difficult time. Their beautiful facilities have all the necessary amenities. A large viewing room can also double as a smaller, more intimate funeral chapel. The chapel is even equipped with streaming capabilities to make sure family and friends are connected no matter how far they may be. Rudd Funeral Home is there to help you in your time of need.
We do want to recognize one last time all of our sponsors for today. Without our sponsors, a show like this would not be possible. We really appreciate everybody coming out. Our sponsors for today have been Gary and Sandy Burton, Lish Lambs, Brian and Ed Lish, Jared and Tiffany Fossen, Jake Bailey and Sutton Udy, KTP Trucking and Taggart Steed, Brooke Stevenson, Katie Nelson Scott of Equity Real Estate, Dixon Owen, and Ashley Wright Photography. These are all of our sponsors. Let's hear it for them one last time. Thank you.
The will to win is important, but the will to prepare is vital. That's a quote that sits in my office for my first team at Penn State, and that is a Joe Paterno quote, the legend of Penn State and also the curse simultaneously at this point in time. But I've always resonated to me because I think especially at that age, I am a competitive person by nature, but I was always one that thought I could strong arm through the moment. And the reality is you have to work to where you want to be. You have to continue to progress. You have to learn. You have to fail. You have to learn. You have to fail and grow through the person that you are. And where do you want to become? And you got to sacrifice to do it. I think that's important to recognize as we continue to go through these couple different species and go through the week, because we've still got other places to be. And there's probably some kids that are very, very sad and unfortunately upset because they brought a really good one and got beat because it's one man's subjective opinion today. That just leaves an opportunity to come out the other side even better, because you can't win them all, and honestly you're going to fail more than you succeed in this world. But this is what this activity does, is allow you to do that. The other thing this activity does too is because it is a subjective measure. There are base root foundation that we come out of this in terms of meat animal fundamentals, production society, and then we've evolved into our own kind of sub-industry of show livestock that comes with extra bells and whistles without sacrificing what we want them to be. One of the greatest things I think that comes from this activity is the fact that in order to understand, you have to put your thoughts aside for a moment and you're biased, and you have to look through somebody else's eyes and understand from their projection, their opinion, and their vantage point. You don't have to agree with it, but you have to see it. And honestly, this world right now, more than ever, needs that, because we are too blind to what's going on into the world. We're too blind in terms of what the last social media post is, and whatever we are just blindly agreeing with to just cause frustration and conversation. be independent thinkers, but understand different people's viewpoints, because then you're going to come to a compromise and you're going to come out to the other side a more well-rounded individual that's going to be better. So if you're in the barn, didn't have the day you hoped, great. Go hide, don't make a public scene, have your moment of frustration, then come back and ask questions. Why did that happen? And then figure out how to evolve. That's how we make better people, and that's one thing this activity gives. I'm not going to make this drawn out. I've explained these sheep at least twice individually. You know what I like about them, what I don't. There's two out here that I think win, and one I think wins pretty handily, one that's logically second, that's high quality, and then a conversation between the next couple. Thank you for the invitation for the Lamb Show. I'm not going to draw this out any more than continue to give each kid at a Grand Drive hopefully a little bit of a moment in terms of some of these small messages today. Thank you again. I'm going to pick the two that I like, and congratulations to all exhibitors today.
Ladies and gentlemen, your supreme champion, Kaylee Eddington. And your supreme reserve champion, Chloe Burton. In third place, we have Declan Lish. Coming in fourth today, we have Sage Garn. In fifth place, Georgia LeBlanc. In sixth place, we have Paisley Eddington. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, we had a bit of a mix-up. We have Paisley Eddington in fifth and Georgia LeBlanc in sixth. Emma Madsen took our seventh place. Coming in eighth today is Corey Garn. Thanks to everybody who came out for our show today. We really appreciate your attention, watching all of our kids. Can we please get one more round of applause for our judge today, Mr. Ben Williamson?
Schaefer Farms. We grow family, friends, and high-quality crops. Swing by the fielding location and pick up some delicious homegrown food today. Miller Medical is ready to care for clients with full services for family medical. They also offer beauty and spa health treatments with hot stone and IV vitamin therapies, as well as Botox. Let Miller Medical take care of all your healthcare needs.
Rupp Trucking and Excavating is a family-owned and operated construction business specializing in site prep and site utilities. Brothers Blaine and Brent Rupp have spent the last 45 years priding themselves on a project well done. What began small has turned into a company of over 70 employees performing contracts up to $20 million and includes work such as demolition, sewer and water installation, earthwork, septic systems, and waste containers. Rupp's operates several gravel pits and offers both delivery and pickup. Contact Rupp's for your construction needs.